Welcome to our final day here of competition at the Canadian Boccia Championship at the RA Centre in Ottawa. We are going to begin the teams and pair event. For the last few days, we were in individual competition. Now they create teams. For this game on this court, we will have a BC4 pairs and open, so there might be some BC5s. We are going to have British Columbia against Ontario. So this setup is a little different. We have 4 players on the court, so the distribution of the balls are different. So we'll talk about that more when they're beginning to start, when they're ready to start. Donc, bienvenue à notre dernière journée de compétition ici au championnat canadien de boccia, l'édition 2025 au RA Centre à Ottawa. Je suis avec vous aujourd'hui. Mon nom c'est Monique Camiran. Je vais vous présenter les matchs. Aujourd'hui, les compétitions vont avoir lieu entre des équipes de pairs. Les BC4, BC5 et ouvertes sont en paire. Les joueurs de rampe, les BC3 sont en paire. Mais l'équipe, c'est les BC1 et BC2 forment une équipe. Donc, il y aura 6 joueurs. 3 joueurs de chaque équipe vont être représentés. Donc, on s'apprête à commencer bientôt. Donc, restez des nôtres. Merci. What you're seeing right now is the action that would usually take place in a place that we call a call room, where athletes would present themselves and they look at each other's the balls that they have to play. The team captain needs to know. Just gives them an idea of how many hard balls they have, how many soft ones. Also, there's going to be a coin toss to decide which team will have which color. So this is all things that are usually happening in a call room. Ce matin, on a utilisé le grand gymnase pour faire le préliminaire des préparations pour chaque jeu. Les athlètes doivent se présenter dans une salle d'appel et où les arbitres font le tour des balles avec les joueurs pour voir encore une petite idée des consistances des balles. On a-tu beaucoup de balles dures, de balles molles? Ensuite, on va aller à le tirage au sort pour décider quelle équipe va avoir quelle couleur de balle. Donc, parfois, même si on gagne, on décline. On veut peut-être pas commencer la manche, on veut les finir. On veut finir la partie. Donc ça, c'est tout qu'est-ce que vous voyez en ce moment. C'est le préparatif qui a d'habitude a lieu dans la salle d'appel. Donc, je pense que tout a été décidé en ce moment. Okay, so as you see here, there are 4 players on the court getting ready to play. So we have you will have a player from each team, but alternating in the boxes. So we'll start with the Reds, and the red will be Newfoundland. Is that right? Yes. No. Newfoundland is red? Yeah. Okay, so as you see, Newfoundland, and then it will be a team, a player from Ontario, then it will be a team from Newfoundland. Oh, it's BC. Oh my goodness. My eyes, it's early. It's BC against Ontario. That's why I kept looking at their jerseys. It doesn't look like Newfoundland. Okay, so we have BC against Ontario here in the pairs, the BC4, BC5 category. On place les joueurs de chaque équipe alternement. Donc, on a l'équipe de Colombie-Britannique qui commence avec la couleur rouge. Après ça, ça va être Ontario. Après ça, c'est encore Colombie-Britannique. Ensuite, on va finir avec Ontario. Donc, pour débuter la partie, le cochonnet va aller à la Colombie-Britannique. Et on alterne à chaque manche. Pour un total de 4 manches. As it had been going on throughout this whole tournament, we are waiting. The head referee will give the signal to start the games. Some teams just still working on getting ready. So stay tuned. Today we'll have you'll have a sample of all the different games that all the categories will be displayed here. Basically, as a you'll see there will be first game here. We have a BC4, BC5. Second game that's going to be on this court will be the BC3 pairs, and then at the end of the day, at 1:50, you're going to be able to see the team event. It will be British Columbia against Newfoundland and Labrador. Their 11 o'clock game will be New Brunswick versus Quebec. It proves to be going to be a very good game. All of these games will be very, very interesting. And at the end of the day, there's really they'll determine a winning team. Pour ceux que ça les intéresse de savoir quelles parties vont être sur ce terrain qui vont être télévisées, mais tous les terrains sont télévisés, mais commenter, c'est juste le terrain numéro 1. Okay, we have the indication to start the game, and British Columbia will put the jack in play right now. If you notice, each player will have 3 balls to play, as opposed to individual where they have 6. Now they split, so there will only be 3 each. Oh, we're in warm-up right now. That's why all the red balls are flying out. Sorry about that. I'm a little confused because they had the call room. We had the call room out here, so that's why now it's warm-up. It's all good. As I was saying, I thought it was now is just warm-up period, and then we'll begin the games. because we skipped the call room process. Even the referee was expressing that she was a little confused about what was going on. So it's okay for all scratching our heads here a little bit, but it will be clear in a minute when I re-announce the fact that we'll start the games. But right now, everybody is in warm-up period. Donc, chaque athlète va avoir 3 balles. Quand on joue en paire, il y a 6 balles qui sont utilisées, mais chaque athlète va en avoir 3. Pour les jeux d'équipe, où il y a 3 joueurs sur le terrain de chaque équipe, chaque athlète a 2 balles à jouer. Donc, ça va être intéressant ici à la fin de la journée, à 1h50. Vous allez voir que c'est un peu différent. La stratégie est très importante parce que faut décider, premièrement, qui est le reste des balles, où est le cochonnet, comment on peut se rendre, qui fait le travail est mieux positionné. Donc, il faut vraiment que le capitaine décide, prend des décisions au sujet de qui devrait prendre le prochain lancer. Parce que chaque athlète a juste 2 balles à jouer. BC est rouge. Marilena, you need another coffee. I do. Obviously, because I've been messing up quite a bit this morning. So on this court, the warm-up is finished. BC4s, BC5s tend to play a little faster, hence the reason that most courts where have BC4, BC5 players are already ready and waiting. You have to understand that ramp players take more time, so they will benefit from their entire warm-up. If you're looking at other courts, court number 3 has a teams in BC3. Same for court 4. So court 1 and 2, we have BC4, BC3 playing. And if you look at, if you're watching and you want to see a teams event, you should watch court 5 and 6 at the moment. OK, so c'est officiel, on peut commencer les matchs maintenant. Et comme je disais, c'est BC va commencer avec le cochonnet. Vous avez remarqué ici, je vais la laisser lancer là. Donc la personne, la tête qui lance le cochonnet doit lancer la première balle. Et après, ils peuvent alterner, il n'y a pas d'ordre. Donc là, la première balle est en jeu, maintenant à l'Ontario. So you're going to see that most athletes automatically back up, so to give the team, the opponent, ability to see each other, being able to communicate. In the past, this was kind of a little tactic. People would stick in the front and would have to ask them to move back. And it was wasted time. It was always little, some people back up a little bit. So they made it official. It's just official. Courtesy, back up when it's your turn to play. So very good first ball from Ontario. They're in a good position. So it is now time for BC to come back, and they will decide who should throw next. So they go with their middle player. Very good shot. Absolutely. She took over to Jack. Nice, just moved it a bit, but not off the jack. Trying to get into that space between the blue and the jack, but ended up just against their previous shot. See, he was trying to get into that spot, but just a little bit too off to the left there. I really want to close that opening, because with 4 balls out, 2 left, if they could put one in the middle there, in that little pocket, it would help with keeping the score low, or possibly scoring for themselves. So you have the offensive part where you're trying to score, and also you have to think about the defensive part when you have to limit. After a while, you want to start thinking about who wants the ball there, but that's open right now to red. If that stays that way, red will have opportunity to bring in a lot of points there. Exactly. Oh. A little hard, bounced out of there. So all the Ontario balls have been thrown now. BC has quite the opening. And they do also have a lot of balls that they can use as support for their shots. Donc, si on a créé une petite situation où on n'a pas réussi à bloquer le trou vers le cochonnet, mais s'ils sont chanceux, ils vont rater quelques lancers, comme ce lancer ici est un peu trop à la droite, donc il ne pourra pas leur produire un point, parce qu'il y a des balles bleues plus proches. Ça, c'est beaucoup mieux. C'est là où vous voulez lancer la première balle. That's where you wanted to bring the ball. So, depending on, again, how close the closest blue is, that's a possibility of 2. You need to put another one in there. I would like them to come and see which blue was the closest. So that shot is not going to give them any points, that's for sure. A little bit off the mark there. So Ontario are lucky. They're lucky that I think they just managed to give up 1 point here in spite of the big opening. Donc l'ouverture ne garantit pas un point. Donc l'arbitre explique que la balle bleue qui est plus proche fait en sorte que les rouges qui sont là ne peuvent pas compter. We'll have an official on the score here. Oh, so they managed to get 2 reds. Okay, so considering the situation, giving up 2 points on that end is a good thing for them. Donc, après la première manche, BC prend le devant de 2-0. Ontario was lucky that some of the shots went awry. Donc, une pause de 15 secondes entre les manches. Now, Ontario will, Joseph Radmore from Ontario will be throwing out the jack ball. For his team, and also followed by the first ball. Now we have a situation where if that ball isn't in, it has to cross the front line. So here we have, I've been talking about this situation during the tournament about this front line being crucial to cross. So given that it didn't cross, it will be to, the jack ball will be given to BC to throw out. So this player will have the jack ball twice because she's taking the place of the ball that was missed, plus she'll have her turn with the jack. So the ball's in play for BC. Donc, on a eu une infraction au niveau du cochonnet. Le cochonnet doit traverser la ligne en avant. Et lorsque ça ne s'est pas fait par l'équipe qui est censée de le faire, le cochonnet va au prochain joueur de l'équipe adverse. Donc, maintenant, comme BC a le cochonnet de la première balle, pour la prochaine ronde, ça va être encore le tour à BC d'avoir. Donc, on manque une manche avec le cochonnet. So, that first ball just went a little far. So, hopefully that for Ontario, that they're able to regain the possession of the jack. So a little bit short. I don't think it's enough, but the referee will confirm. Again, from this vantage point, it's hard to tell. Donc, c'est très difficile pour moi de voir, mais on va vérifier pour donner la balle, la prochaine lancée à la bonne équipe. Quand l'arbitre mesure sur son temps, ça veut dire qu'il n'y a pas de pénalité à aucune des équipes au niveau du chronomètre. S'il y a une équipe demande de mesurer, là, c'est sur leur temps. C'est très proche, mais je pense qu'il y avait encore un peu plus de distance entre la bleue et le cochonnet. Donc, bleu est pas assez proche, donc on va y aller encore. So, blue is a little bit short, so we have to shoot again. Mind you that each player has 3 balls to play. So, she's played her second ball here. And this one, again, a little hard. Maybe our ball's a little hard, so they hit the jack and bounce back, but closer than the red. So BC will come to the front and take their next shot. So they decide to go with her teammate to throw. Very good. So that was very good, very accurate shot here. Ontario getting set up. So it will be up to Joseph to throw out a ball, because I don't think he's thrown out any yet. So it'll be a good idea to get him to throw now. Okay, so he went in there, got a piece of the blue that was in front, but so Ontario having a little difficulty getting to the jack today. This morning, as their shots a little bit off to the right or to the left. Might think about realigning their chairs, or again with the side line up like that, it must be difficult to control where the shot's going to go. But all we need is one in there. Good push, blocked it out now. Okay, so this way he was able to create some traffic in front. So BC has quite a few blue in front of the jack, so they played a little bit more defensively this time. So at this point, with all the balls that are in front, it is decided by BC to concede all the leftover balls, because if they push any of the blue forward, it can change the outcome. So they have a point. So it brings their lead up to 3-0 at the end of the second end. So in the third end, they will get the jack back. Says. Okay, so the minute between ends have expired. We are ready to start the third end. Troisième manche est à veille de commencer. Comme je vous le répète, c'est BC qui va garder le cochonnet à cause de l'erreur de l'Ontario à la deuxième manche. This would normally be their jack. It is their jack. Jack is in play. Decides to go to the middle. Playing right in front of. Just every jack here has been missed just by a bit. At this point, you kind of like it behind more than on the side. So, tour à l'Ontario de lancer leur première balle. Ils décident d'aller avec Martha. Qui a difficulté à vraiment aller à la cible aujourd'hui. So it will be Joseph from Ontario who will attempt to get closer to the jack on this next shot. And misses it. It goes long. So back to Martha to try to do it. And 2 balls at the same spot. We might think about realigning our chair. Back to Joseph from Ontario. Somebody has to put a ball in front. Or push it back to the blue. And we missed the target. 4 balls are gone, 2 are left. We're gonna go and take a little look. So Martha decides to realign her chair as both her shot have missed the target to the right. Maybe, hopefully this will be able to adjust and give her more accuracy. Much better. Sometimes we think, you know, we're going to adjust it with our arm, but repositioning the chair is crucial. Instead of continuing to think that we're going to be able to adjust it with our arms, moving the chair a bit helps with the realignment. And again, just changing things. You know, you're in a rut and you missed 2 shots. Donc c'est important de réajuster sa chaise, de faire un nouveau focus. Parfois même, tu ne bouges pas beaucoup ta chaise, mais c'est juste le fait là, que tu as changé quelque chose, parce que sinon, tu peux rester dans cet engrenage et te caler de plus en plus. Donc, BC now with their shot, very accurate, very good shot. See if it's enough. So, at this point, you need a little push on that red. Misses the target. And maybe that's enough to push forward. Yes. Nope. Nope. She shows the red paddle again. That player asked to go and see the game. see the court to see what's going on, see how much she needs to push the ball to score. Looks like that blue is right on the jack. So with Team BC here, we have Kylie Waters and Mildred Thomas playing here today. Kylie Waters 601 and Mildred 603. And try to push that again. Doesn't seem to be enough, so that blue must be really, really stuck to the jack. Again, some of these balls are soft and they're hard to move, especially when there's a lot of traffic. Unless you hit it right on, you might not get what the desired effect. Again here. So Ontario to play. One more ball. There's 1 minute left, one last ball to throw. You have to come out and see. Hurry back to the box. Joseph has the one remaining with the ball. Let's see what he decides to do. I mean, unless he can come and really draw right at the left of that jack.
30 seconds.
He's got to be careful he doesn't push a red forward and eliminate the point that he has currently. So something he needs to keep in mind. S'assurer de ne pas donner le point à son adversaire, pas trop pousser les rouges. Je sais pas si à quel point... Oh, il a essayé d'aller sur le côté, mais c'est correct. Pas de dommage ici. L'arbitre va confirmer le point. So the referee will confirm that blue has 1 point. So the end is over. It is 1 point for Ontario here. Brings the score in the coming up the fourth end, 3-1. It's a close game. It's anybody's game. We've seen here a very low score per end, 2 points, 1 point. We never know. I've seen some ends where a lot of points have been scored. So it remains to be seen what these two are going to do. We'll be back in play in 37 seconds. Martha will be throwing out the jack ball, and hopefully she will put it in play, and it is in play. First ball. All these first balls have been a little bit behind, a little bit off today, this morning. Sometimes we get days like that. But the balls are sounding hard. I don't know. Very good. Very good shot here. Mildred has been quite on mark. All her shots have been quite precise. So giving Team Ontario a run for their money. So having to work hard to displace her shots. So that's again, that blue is right on that jack, and we need to knock it out. We need to come into that with force, split it up, create some opening, create some space, but they've been missing the mark. So when you use power, sometimes you lose in precision. And to come between the jack and the red at this point. Donc le but, c'est de rentrer assez fort entre le cochonnet et la balle rouge. Mais là, avec la position de la balle bleue, même si on irait là, on pourrait avoir de la difficulté à la faire bouger parce que là, il n'y a plus de place. Elle serait contre la bleue, puis pas grand-chose qui pourrait se passer. Donc en ce moment, dernière manche, faut faire 2 points pour égaliser. Donc, le jeu défensif n'est pas vraiment de mise. So playing defensively at this point is not going to get them the game. They need to score some points. So they placed 3 blue in the back. I don't know if Martha could hit that jack back, but looks like it's pretty protected with the red. Donc là, ils discutent la prochaine lancée à faire. Il manque moins qu'une minute à jouer, 44 secondes. Bon, c'est ça qu'il fallait faire dès du début. Prendre un petit coup sur le cochonnet. So that was the first few shots would have been that effect. So we have already 5 balls in play. Martha's left with 1 ball, and she's got 28 seconds to play it. So we'll see if she's able to push her blue. Decided to go underhand now. She can push her blue against the jack. I don't think it was enough. I'd have to see. Red's going to come up and ask if they have the point. So there's some space. There must be some room between the blue and the jack at this point in order to take a couple more shots. Just got to be wary of the blue in the back. But if they go in the place and go into just a draw position, draw right to the ball. So those reds, not sure if they're going to score because we have to check the distance of the closest blue. If she would have put one in the right there, it would have helped her her teammate to put some in front. So they're asking the referee. And she said, 1, not sure about the 2. They have to ask her to measure. But unless they ask her to measure, she won't measure. She can say, I think it's closer. But they need to specifically ask her to measure, which would be on her time, on their time. So 1:48 left for BC decides, nah, we're not going to risk it. At this point, they're winning the game, with a 3-1 lead. 1 more point or 2 more. And, so the end is finished because they have decided not to throw out the last 3 balls. And so now the referee would officially measure, needs to measure the closest blue. Donc là, on procède à la mesuration ici. On va probablement mesurer la balle bleue la plus proche. C'est la chose à faire. Et ensuite, déterminer combien de balles rouges se trouvent dans cette distance. Ça peut être à l'intérieur de la distance. Okay, so if my lip reading ability is on par, I think she said 2 red. Voila. So it's official. BC wins over Ontario to a score of 5-1. La victoire ici pour la Colombie-Britannique, 5-1. La partie est terminée.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of real-world experience. That's NC Life. Apply now and start this September. Visit niagaracollege.ca/apply.
You've got a passion for storytelling and you want to come and run towards your future, this is where it starts. One of the hallmarks of our program since I was a student way back when was that you learned the fundamentals of radio, television, and film. And then you picked your major and you spent 2 years going through the program.
Director, are you ready?
Right from first year, the foundation of learning the different roles and responsibilities in the TV space and how they change based on scale of production. So it's kind of wild to be a broadcasting student being in a studio like this, working on a 5-minute little scripted project, to being out in the community producing something that potentially thousands, hundred thousands, or millions of people are watching. When we're working on a project like World Rowing, and we are now the host broadcaster, anyone around the world that tunes in to watch this event is watching feeds that come from us. That's as real as it gets for our students, because the next step for them after they graduate is to go and do that professionally. And those students, it was like getting into their favorite slippers. They just walked in, they slid right in, they were comfortable, they executed what I would say arguably flawlessly. Then they have that real true transformative moment or experience.
Ready, kneel, and take kneel. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm directing the 140th Royal Henley Regatta. I'm currently taking all the cameras that we have out in the course and just sequencing them into what you see on the live stream. So from our first camera all the way to our end camera at the grandstand, that's what I'll be doing. So taking those from, we're on kneel right now, and we're gonna go to clerks in just a second as soon as we pass the tower. Ready, clerks? And take clerks.
Right now I'm down at the grandstands. I'm on our only hard off camera. Sorry, I'm going live 1 second. Yeah, so I'm just trying to feed Damien, the director, as many shots as he wants. I'm trying to basically make good shots and tell him, hey, take mine live.
I think in today's society, we have certain sensitivities to, like, do I need to go to school to learn that skill? I could surf online, I could take a bunch of online courses, but what you're missing is the big component of finding out what you're good at in environments that test you, that allow you to realize your true potential. And that only can happen when you're working in a team environment. If you have a passion for storytelling, all of that creative excitement, energy, and excellence is already inside you. We just need to give you an opportunity and a place and an environment for you to realize that.
At Niagara College, our beautiful campuses and student-centered community prepare you to be career ready. Curious? Why not experience NC life for yourself? Visit niagaracollege.ca/tour today.
Say again. Thank you. Welcome back. This is the second round of the teams and pairs game. You're going to have here at the Canadian Boccia Championship a game against the New Brunswick and Quebec in the category of the BC3 ramp players. Rebonjour et bienvenue au championnat canadien 2025. Nous allons nous apprêter à faire une partie ici en BC3 en équipe. Non, de paires. On appelle ça des pairs parce qu'il y a 2 joueurs par équipe qui vont s'affronter. Ici, le Nouveau-Brunswick contre le Québec. Nous sommes en période d'échauffement et on devrait débuter le match bientôt. Merci. The warm-up period is now finished. We have in the first box the team Quebec. We'll start with the jack. Ensuite, ça va être suivi par un représentant de l'équipe de Nouveau-Brunswick qui va commencer la deuxième manche. Et ensuite Québec, ensuite Nouveau-Brunswick. Chaque athlète ici a 2 balles. Donc, excuse-moi, 3 balles. Il y a 2 joueurs, ils ont un total de 6 balles. Donc, 3 balles par joueur. So, every player has 3 balls that they will be able to play with. And again, depending on the situation, the athletes have to decide who goes next. There's always a captain, and they discuss the next shot, the strategies. You're allowed to communicate between them. So the warm-up is continuing, obviously, because I think only one team at a time can do the warm-up. And so they're allotted their warm-up. Quebec is doing that right now.
Ready?
Ready when you are.
We are now going to be officially starting the matches. So on court number 1, you can see a BC3 game. Also on court number 2. On court 3, we have teams, BC1, BC2 combo. Also on court 4. And then we have BC3 to BC4, BC4, BC5 on court 5 and 6. So Quebec has put the jack ball in play. Getting ready to draw out this first ball. Very nice first ball here. Alexandre Ziegler here was the player from Quebec that put in a nice first ball. Donc la première balle d'Alexandre est très bien placée. Donc maintenant au tour Nouveau-Brunswick de jouer leur première balle. Teresa McLeod du Nouveau-Brunswick va lancer. Donc la capitaine ici donne des instructions à sa coéquipière, puis ils ont le droit de faire ça, il n'y a aucun problème. C'est le but, c'est de bien communiquer. Donc elle lui indique à quelle vélocité qu'elle veut que la balle voyage. Elle dit mettre ça très haut sur ta rampe. Ah bien, attention que ce soit l'athlète qui libère la balle ici. Avec, on tient la balle parce qu'elle a la difficulté avec ses mains. So it's out. So the lineup was a little bit off. You can see here that the ball traveled to the left of the target. On fait des petits ajustements ici, so we're readjusting the ramp. And we're going to try again. Very important here, the sport assistant will, or ramp operator will. Oh, she got a little piece of it. So some time is enough. Just create some space. So instructions are given again to try to do a placement and building confidence with her teammate and making sure that she feels confident in now doing a placement. So she's calling the next shot to be a placement, so you do not use your full ramp, you use a little less velocity on the ball. And it also depends on how hard the ball is and how far it travels. So athletes usually try to get very accustomed to their ramp and then the balls that they are also using. Elle n'a pas réussi de placer sa balle où elle la voulait. Et on ne se décourage pas, Nouveau-Brunswick va y aller encore. I was trying to find Jennifer Coulet on the New Brunswick team, but she is on an Ontario player, and they do that. When there's not enough, they decided to go with making a pair teams with these two players, combining New Brunswick and Ontario, playing under a same title. So it's better than not being able to play in the pairs event. So they decided to make a team. So we did create some space here with the last shot. Now we're going to try to draw to that jack, right into the jack. Teresa McLeod is going to the blue New Brunswick team have New Brunswick / Ontario team have 2 balls left. Avec 2 balles qui restent, on doit en mettre une sur le cochonnet, sinon on risque de donner une chance au Québec de faire plusieurs points. Il reste 1 minute à jouer ces 2 dernières balles. Beaucoup d'équipements à ajuster. Donc, on vient d'en placer une sur la bleue, sur la rouge. Elle frappe la rouge, elle l'avance un peu. Donc, elle n'a pas réussi de faire ce qu'elle voulait faire, mais il reste 30 secondes pour lancer une deuxième balle. On va voir si elle s'empresse pour faire ça. Donc, 30 seconds. It's a big task to get the ball away with 10 seconds left. As long as the ball is moving, and there it is. So, okay. To put one close, au moins elle a réussi d'en mettre une plus près. Mais Alexandre a quand même une très belle vue du cochonnet. Son coéquipier va être un peu plus bloqué. Mais avec les joueurs de rampe, on peut faire des beaux déplacements. Je prévois ici qu'ils vont tenter peut-être un déplacement et après aller en placement, ou le contraire. On peut en placer une et après essayer de déplacer les bleus qui sont autour. C'est pas difficile. On a 2 Alexandre pour l'équipe du Québec. Ici, Alexandre... non, ce soir, c'est parce qu'ils sont différentes poules. 300, je ne peux pas voir si tu es 304. Pas Québec. Yeah. OK. Le numéro 304, c'est Samuel Lafleur. Un beau placement ici. De la part d'Alexandre Ziegler. Samuel va essayer peut-être pousser une de ses rouges ou enlever la bleue. Pas certaine. Let's see what he decides to do. He can try to push the red forward or take away one of the blue. That is. And we're going with a bit of a push. Now he has a better angle to push in his own blue, red, I mean. Donc ici, on va pouvoir essayer de maintenant, de façon directe, parce qu'il a bougé la bleue, d'aller pousser sa rouge. I think that Alexandre decided to go. Oh, draw to the left there, a little bit to the left. So we needed to stay within all the other reds, but again, just a little bit to the left, and we make a whole difference here with the ramp, because the ramp, they really are so precise. So the lining up of them are very, very important. And we're gonna go with a hard push. Just a bit too hard there. Experience again, and didn't need to go so hard. These guys have to play a little bit more soft. Their balls are hard, so we have to think about that. Donc ici on a possiblement même éliminé un point. Well, okay, so we are able to possibly take back at least 1 point. Toutes les balles ont été lancées. On va travailler maintenant ici pour le pointage. On va voir. So with the shot that blew out some of the reds there, we may have eliminated one of our points. So definitely red is scoring. We're going to move one of the balls in order to see the difference, to see which one is closer between the red and the blue. So the closest blue. Take it. So Quebec will start this game with a 1-point lead. Donc, on va voir le pointage officiel ici de l'arbitre va nous annoncer. Donc, 1 pour rouge. Donc, le Québec part avec, dans la première manche avec une avance de 1 point. Ça aurait pu être un peu plus, mais à cause de la poussée trop forte d'une des balles, on a, c'est ça, le danger d'éliminer des points qui sont déjà instaurés. Aussi, on n'a pas pris le temps de venir voir. Ça, c'est une autre chose. Avec les BC3, souvent, à cause qu'ils ont tellement d'équipements qu'on évite de sortir pour venir voir la situation sur le jeu. Parce qu'on ne peut jamais mieux voir que quand on est au-dessus des balles. So another thing is sometimes because of the BC3 and a motorized chair and there's a lot of stuff to move around, they need to feel very comfortable to come out and see the play. That way they can make some better decision as they get a better vantage view from the top of the playing surface. But if they're not comfortable moving the chair around, and they tend to stay parked in their box. As opposed to other BC3 players who are very comfortable driving their chair around, and they just zip in and out, go and check the situation. But some athletes here need a little bit more help, which definitely hinders their decisions of coming out to play. So we're going to get ready with the second end. It is going to be the it's going to be playing the jack ball in play. So the New Brunswick team member is going to play the ball now. Will be Jennifer Goulet. The jack is in play. Follow up with a first ball now. Very good first ball here. So Alexandre is going to be taking the first shot for Quebec here as he prepares and lines up his ramp. Unless I think maybe his teammate, because both of them are lining up their ramp, but it looked like his teammate is getting ready to take the shot here. He's in direct line, obvious good decision. Donc, on va avec le joueur au centre parce qu'il est mieux placé pour prendre ce premier lancer. Alors, maintenant, juste s'assurer qu'il ne met pas trop de volume sur sa balle. Et ça semble être bien, très bien, mais pas assez. Donc, mais c'est pas grave. On y va avec une deuxième balle du Québec. So we're going to go with the second shot. That ball wasn't enough to get close to the jack, but he will go at it again. Unless Alexander decides to go. So he says, okay, he's going to do it. He has the push. He has the push. He pushes red forward. The two Quebec representatives here are fairly new to the BC3 category. I know that Alexandre used to throw in the BC1, but now it was very difficult for him, so they decided to stay in the game, decided to play with the ramp. Here we go with his shot. Still not enough. So they need to get to the jack now with this next shot because that's already expired 2 balls here. Now we're going for a third attempt. Troisième balle ici lancée par le Québec afin de se mettre en position de pointage. Et voilà. On est allé un peu fort. Ça se peut que la balle soit dure. L'arbitre doit mesurer. So the referee will measure to see which one is closest to determine who will be throwing the next ball. So that was enough. Look, it's actually wasn't enough. Blue is still closer. Very, very, very little bit closer. But Quebec will go again. So Alexandre is getting ready to throw out his ball. Put his ball in play. And he has again made contact to the group of balls that are to the left a bit of a jack. So kind of he's blocked. So basically not much else he could have done. He is totally blocked from the jack, so his teammate has a task to attain now, and not sure if he's partially blocked. Donc, il doit se rendre au cochonnet maintenant ou utiliser la balle rouge qui est déjà là pour une cible afin de au moins bloquer ce côté de l'équipe adverse. Donc, il est allé avec un lancer de puissance. La balle continue à rouler. L'arbitre doit vérifier si la balle est encore en jeu. Et on va prendre un petit bout de papier pour s'assurer qu'elle ne touche pas la ligne. Donc, elle touche la ligne, donc on doit la retirer du jeu. Il reste une balle à Québec. Donc là, il doit mesurer. La balle bleue contre la balle rouge. Quelle est la plus proche? Encore balle. Ça reprend sur un autre angle. He's going to take another angle to see. Check which ball. So he's able to, with that space, tell that the blue is still closer. As you saw, he measured, and then when he used the same measurements and put it against between the jack and the blue, it was sitting on one of the balls, so obviously closer. So it looks like Alexandre is the one who has a ball left and is going to play. See, these ramp operators often are the parents of the athletes. They follow around. They need the assistance with their sport. So again, Alex is blocked, and he is not able to get anywhere near the jack. So New Brunswick also has to evaluate the situation. They don't want to accidentally push a red forward. The middle player is blocked. There's a lot of red traffic in front of her, so it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do. If she pushes one of the reds forward, it could change the score here. So okay, so we're going to attempt to come to the outside. And very good shot, because she could see the jack. That was the only shot to make. So very, very good, very precise execution here of this shot. Donc très beau lancer. Personnellement, elle pourrait peut-être possiblement lancer ses balles, puis après concéder les balles de sa coéquipière. Donc on va voir qu'est-ce qu'elle décide. Ça a l'air comme elle va lancer encore. Ici, la tendance se maintient. Oups. Donc, la donnée directive, c'est d'essayer d'aller sur le côté gauche. Elle mentionne Alexandre, donc c'est le joueur dans la première boîte. Donc, s'assurer de ne pas pousser les balles rouges. Donc, elle dit fait la même chose, mais à gauche des balles. Elle dit de prendre son temps, on a beaucoup de temps. Donc, on a mis des balles. On n'a pas réussi de rester à gauche, mais ça n'a pas fait de dommages. Il n'y a pas énormément de danger, mais je pense que ce serait mieux de rester à droite, là, puis, parce qu'il y a plus de balles que pour pousser à gauche. Donc, on va voir qu'est-ce qu'elle va faire avec son prochain lancer. Et voilà. C'est bien. Je pense qu'on veut arriver puis aller en placement à gauche. So the 1 minute indicator has been given. So they have one more ball to play. So.
Seconds.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. I try to push her blue. So it's looking like. Big. Oh, she got rid of trying to push. That was a lot of volume on that ball. It was a hard one. So it was, she was lucky not to hit any of the reds. We're measuring now to see how many points they were able to make. So it looks like 2, definitely 2. Yeah, the other blue is not close enough. So the referee is confirming with the athletes 2 blue. Now they are having a 2-minute between ends. Pick up the balls. The coach go talk to the athletes. And they start again. We're in the third end. Quebec will have the jack ball. Donc, ça va être au tour du Québec de mettre le cochonnet en jeu. Okay, so we will be starting the third end here with Quebec putting the jack ball in play. Samuel Lafleur du Québec va mettre le cochonnet en jeu et la première balle. Jack ball's in play. To follow up a very, very crucial first ball here because the score is still close. 2-1, it's anybody's game. But again, the importance of placing that first ball, forcing the opponent to use more than one to displace your point. Donc on veut forcer l'adversaire à utiliser des balles. Donc la première balle, si elle est sur le cochonnet, on va probablement essayer une ou deux balles pour le déplacement. Et ça, ça veut dire qu'on sauve des balles. Puis eux doivent utiliser les balles. Donc, on voit ici une excellente première balle ici. Très bien, très bien. That's picture perfect. Okay. It's in line with the opponent. Donc là, on va essayer d'aller fort pour bouger des choses. Donc, on espère toujours de pouvoir faire puis la cible et faire de l'espace entre les deux balles. Mais il faut être très précis, il faut avoir le bon volume. Mais c'est sûr que notre première balle, on dit, bon, on va bouger ça là. On va demander d'arrêter le temps. So we have stop time here. OK, donc on a une situation ici, l'athlète du Nouveau-Brunswick a une tank d'oxygène, une bonbonne d'oxygène. Puis elle fait du bruit, donc on va vérifier qu'est-ce qui se passe. So the oxygen tank is beeping, so we needed to make an adjustment of some sort, either turn it off. But the athletes have a 10-minute medical timeout, and they see how much time they need. It can be 10 minutes max until another decision has to be made. But we don't anticipate that she's going to need all that time. Everything seems to be back in order.
We can stop it. Her oxygen tank ran out. So we return the cone. So just wait for me to show you the cone.
Donc tout est bien. On a fait un ajustement. So everything is back in order. The referee has indicated the timer to start the time for the player to play. So our athlete is struggling with that pointer. Very, very important that the ball is not released. That's why she keeps the ramp operator holds on to the ball as to not be the one releasing it or being it released by accident. It's a hard, powerful, very, very close to the target. It just got a little piece of the jack, but not enough to move anything around. So she needs to move it a little bit, just a little bit. That's what she told her, to move her ramp a little bit to the inside. There it is. Okay. And let's see if she's able to make contact. The aim was better, much better shot. Perfect. Donc, elle lui demande si elle est prête à essayer de faire le placement maintenant. Donc, on va s'essayer dans le placement. Oh, she really, that was a very good shot. That's exactly the job that she needed to do. Now she has a good view of the jack. Donc maintenant qu'elle a une belle vue du cochonnet, elle pourra peut-être y aller en placement. C'est ce qu'on lui a demandé de faire, d'aller en placement sur le cochonnet, donc doucement. À ce point-ci, même si elle fait contact un peu fort, il n'y a pas de danger, il n'y a pas de balle en arrière de l'adversaire. C'est assez simple. Donc là, il lui donne des conseils au niveau de à quelle hauteur placer la balle, parce que si elle est plus haute qu'elle est, plus fort, plus loin qu'elle va rouler. Donc on a dit, on n'a pas besoin d'aller loin. Donc l'important, c'est que c'est bien, très, très bien. C'était très contente de son lancer. Presque même surprise, mais non, exactement qu'est-ce qu'elle devait faire, c'était de placer cette balle-là de façon parfaite. Maintenant, ça va être au tour de Québec de déplacer cette situation-là. Donc, ils vont probablement y aller en force avec la première, puis en placement avec la deuxième. So now it's Quebec responsibility and his job to displace this situation. So most likely are going to go in power for the first attempt and then in placement with the second ball. Unless they decide to go in placement. But it's important that we displace the ball in a way that both players will be able to see the jack. So it might be the middle player in a better position to split that up, push the jack out a bit, and then Alexandre will have access to the jack again. Donc, je vois qu'on suggère possiblement là, d'aller du côté, pousser le cochonnet vers la ligne de côté pour que Alexandre puisse prendre le prochain lancer et mettre la balle sur le cochonnet. Donc, ça, c'est des options. Maintenant, reste à exécuter. Donc, on le voit quand même avec un certain volume. On voulait faire contact seulement avec le cochonnet, mais on a aussi fait un contact avec la balle bleue. Donc, c'est l'effet des deux qui se sont bougés. Une autre chose, ce serait de déplacer la bleue. Donc, le maintenant est dans une position de frapper la balle bleue et l'éloigner du cochonnet. So it's not bad. If he moves that blue out, then the New Brunswick player will be a little bit blocked by the red that's in front on her angle. Okay, so he decides to pop the white out. So the jack out for Alexandre. So Alexandre will be setting up his ramp. And the goal would be to put his ball on the jack. Take his time, breathe. Tends to get a little excited. Donc on respire, on reste calme, on place sa rampe. Parce que c'est un lancer quand même assez important avec une avance du Nouveau-Brunswick de 2 points. Le Québec sera bien placé ici, au moins d'aller chercher 1 point. Il leur reste 3 balles chaque. Donc là, on va essayer d'éviter de pousser la bleue. Moi, il n'a pas fait de contact avec la bleue, donc ça, c'est bon. Puis aussi, faites en sorte de reprendre possession du cochonnet. C'est bon. C'est peut-être pas exactement ce qu'on voulait faire, mais ça a donné le même résultat. Ça fait plus de balles pour Nouveau-Brunswick d'avoir devant eux aussi. So with all these spaced out balls, it's New Brunswick might still have a sight of the jack, but they also have to think about the red that's in front. They have to go to either the right or the left of that one, because if they make contact, they will be helping Quebec's situation and not their own. Trying to push her blue forward because obviously if she pushes that one forward, it will score. Oof, just miss it by just a little bit. So close. Because that's a shot to make. If she can push her blue towards the jack, well, it will force Quebec to try to move it away from there. Quebec has 2 balls, and this is the last ball for New Brunswick's team. Donc, on est rendu à la dernière balle ici, avec 10 secondes. Donc, c'est sûr qu'on doit sauter. L'arbitre se prépare si jamais que c'est exécuté. On arrive très bien. Exactement, là, on est dans une position de pointage. Maintenant, au Québec, il reste 2 balles. Pas certaine. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire ici? Je pense one of the only options would be to push that jack back towards the reds that are parked back there. So all he needs is to push it back a bit. Looks like that's what he's lining up his ramp to do, is to push the jack back. And sound is, or just, oh, well, might be closer. You can push it back too that way, but you can also go in placement. Not sure who has the blue is still scoring. I think it's Alexandre that has a ball left. So I would go for the jack. I would go for the jack. Yes. Nice little poke on that jack there. And we're definitely scoring. Or you can park one on the jack too. Both of them will be scoring. But he needs to be closer than the one blue. A little push and stick. He can score 2 here. And, but, well, I think he's in a scoring position. So, if he gets the 1 for the tie, I don't think he has the 2 for the advance, but 1 for the tie will be good too. Oh, yeah, we need to measure the second point. The first is obvious. Okay. Eh? Oh, I can see if it's 1 red. It's not 1 red. It's 1 blue. Oh. Well, like I said, sitting here, it's hard to tell. Oh, with the top view like that, yeah, I guess that red was just too long. So 1 more point. New Brunswick advances to 3-1 in this game. So in this last end, we were very, very close. Strategy was good. We missed the mark. I'm thinking Quebec could have been on the upside of this equation if they were able to push the jack back towards the red. Mais on a essayé de mettre ça en placement. Donc, on s'apprête à faire la 4e manche de cette partie avec Nouveau-Brunswick qui va mettre le cochonnet en jeu. So we're going with the mid-court jack, and follow with the first ball from New Brunswick. I had the opportunity to speak with this athlete, and she has been desperately trying to get boccia going in New Brunswick, and seized the opportunity when she had the chance. So Teresa, very, very happy to be amongst this competition at the Canadian Boccia Championship, representing New Brunswick. Lots of work goes into recruiting, finding coaches, finding places to practice. Again, an amazing first ball, very, very good. I think she might have wanted on the left a bit, but she'll take it because it's very, very good. So it'll be time for Quebec to try to bring out some changes here. So Quebec is going to try to open up the gap. They're going to go with a hard shot for sure. Create some space, open up the jack for themselves. So anybody out there who's looking to get involved at any level, volunteering, refereeing, do not hesitate to contact the Canadian Boccia Association or CP Quebec. Every province has a place where you can get involved. So don't be shy. Take advantage of the situation. It's very gratifying. I know I got involved over 20 years ago, quite by accident. Powerful shot here, missed the target, but it was what we intended to do, is to move the balls from each other. Okay, I think we might just go again. As I was saying, I started as a sport assistant. I coached an athlete that was going to the Paralympics in Athens, and there was no live streaming. It was just small clubs, and that's how it started. Fell in love with the sport. First time I went to attend the Défi Sportif, watched the game, met some of the athletes, and then progressed from there. So again, once you start getting involved, it's a very gratifying. Donc j'ai beaucoup aimé mon expérience avec l'équipe nationale dans le temps. J'ai eu le privilège de travailler avec les athlètes à haut niveau. Mais on n'a pas besoin de commencer à haut niveau. On peut commencer juste dans notre communauté. On n'a pas besoin d'être classifié. On peut juste jouer. Donc, l'association canadienne de boccia sont là pour aider les gens qui veulent peut-être commencer un petit club dans leur région. On cherche des filles. So any daughters that have a disability and they want to play boccia, they don't have to be classified, just to play a sport. And because at the international level it is separate, the girls have their competition and the men are play individually like that, not together, not co-ed, as in the beginning. So we need girls who are interested in any sports, and if being disabled is not an excuse. So try to get involved as much as you can. That's my public service announcement for today. Okay, so we tried the hard shot, and now we're going into play a little bit more into placement. It's at this point you can't be aggressive all end. You have to start thinking about defensive, coming in to score some points. Anything can happen. We need 2 to tie. So the referee is needing to use his very small tools to see the distance between the 2 balls and the jack. He did a light, and looks like red Quebec managed to take this jack right now. So they're in a position of scoring. It's now New Brunswick to throw out the next ball. And it will be Teresa doing the task. Very important shot here, making sure that Quebec doesn't keep this point. Do not want a last-minute turnover in this end. Okay, so we are going for a blowout here. We're going to use the top of the ramp. Need some speed. Again, good work. Excellent shot. Excellent shot. But then again, there is an opportunity for Quebec to come back and regain the point. But as you go along, you got less balls, so then there's less chances of scoring many points. Because 1 point here for Quebec would not be enough. So they need to score 2 at least to tie it up. But they do have 4 balls, but it, again, you put one down and then the other team takes it away. So that's how it goes. On place une balle, on se fait enlever, on place une autre balle. Donc, parfois, on se demande si c'est pas mieux de juste bâtir le jeu, placer une balle un peu plus loin, puis la pousser avec la deuxième. Donc là, on a fait l'espace. L'arbitre va mesurer. C'est pas une mauvaise chose. C'est pas une mauvaise chose s'il faut lancer encore. That means you get 2 shots at moving the jack, so you get more balls. It's not the end of the world if you don't get to shoot again. I mean, if you don't score right away, because you get to shoot again. Donc maintenant, il y a une chance de mettre une deuxième balle plus près du cochonnet. Il reste justement ça, 2 balles. Donc ici, il faut aller vraiment en précision. Alexandre se prépare à libérer la balle. Il va y aller en placement. Ça, c'est bien. Aïe, aïe. OK, on va mesurer. Parce que Nouveau-Brunswick, il leur reste quand même 4 balles. Puis le Québec, ils ont une autre balle. Donc, c'est sûr que ce serait très important d'en placer une entre la bleue et le cochonnet à ce point-ci. Mais s'ils ne réussissent pas à compter, le Nouveau-Brunswick n'a pas de besoin de lancer la prochaine balle parce qu'il ne restera plus de balles à Québec. So this is going to be a decision. If they don't score with this one, New Brunswick can definitely don't need to throw another ball because all they need to do is win. Unless this situation is in a point differential situation, which it could be. There's seems to be a round robin situation, so they might continue shooting. I missed the mark here. Be a little bit nervous. So all the balls for Quebec are expired. 6 of them have been thrown, and New Brunswick is quite open to the jack here. So I'm thinking they're going to go for it. They just need to protect the one that's closest. They need to just come in and put some of the balls against the red, and they should be safe. Donc, s'assurer de ne pas pousser une rouge ici, la dernière manche. Donc, elle est en train de demander à l'arbitre et de vraiment confirmer, c'est la dernière manche, on a le point. Elle doit demander. Bon, mais elle doit absolument demander qu'il mesure pour confirmer qu'elle a le point. Mais ça ne changera pas rien dans la position. Alors, c'est bon. Très, très bien. Bonne décision. Fais mesurer. Si tu es pour concéder toutes tes balles, tu vas faire mesurer l'arbitre pour confirmer. On ne pourra pas finalement de la décision. Mais ils ont quand même 2 points d'avance. Ils ont confirmé un bleu. So they will concede the rest of the balls. They have a point. They win the game. A win is a win. At this point, that's what they've decided to do, and I think it's a wise decision. But also asking the referee to measure to confirm. Like I said, I've talked about it before. Sometimes he says there's one blue, and then they measure, and there would be one red. In a tie game situation, a very close game, 1 point can make a difference in a tie game or losing the game. But in this situation, even if he had made a mistake, but you don't want to do that. You want to make sure. So confirming the score is important. So at the end of this game, New Brunswick win against Quebec to 4-1. The game is over.
you've got a passion for storytelling and you want to come and run towards your future, this is where it starts. One of the hallmarks of our program since I was a student way back when was that you learned the fundamentals of radio, television, and film. And then you picked your major and you spent 2 years going through the program.
Everybody thinks of a radio station as the person who's talking into the microphone in the studio.
Good morning, I'm Ryan Leslie here with a quick check on your drive.
And the reality is that's a very small part of what we do here and what the industry looks like. As a presentation student, you're learning all the writing, all the hosting, all of the skill involved in being a radio student. At the same time, you're learning how to shoot and edit video. And the ability to understand how different parts of broadcasting works, I think is a huge benefit to our students that other students don't have.
From the moment students walk in the door, they're making things. This is a hands-down, hands-on program. And you're gonna be all of a sudden working on projects and you're gonna be taking on key creative roles, directing, cinematography, production sound, all the way up to some of like the high-level specialized skills that are required on a film set.
Well, first we learn how to spell TV, and that's tough right out the gate, right? And we don't give any hints at all.
Well, Director, are you ready?
Right from first year, the foundation of learning the different roles and responsibilities in the TV space and how they change based on scale of production. So it's kind of wild to be a broadcasting student being in a studio like this, working on a 5-minute little scripted project, to being out in the community producing something that potentially thousands, hundred thousands, or millions of people are watching. When we're working on a project like World Rowing, and we are now the host broadcaster, anyone around the world that tunes in to watch this event is watching feeds that come from us. That's as real as it gets for our students, because the next step for them after they graduate is to go and do that professionally. And those students, it was like getting into their favorite slippers. They just walked in, they slid right in, they were comfortable, they executed what I would say arguably flawlessly. Then they have that real true transformative moment or experience.
The lab that we're sitting in right now is going to be talk radio for the next 3 hours. Talk radio stations are still a huge opportunity for our students. It certainly ups everybody's heart rate a little, but I think that's something unique. I don't know that there's any other program that is doing news talk.
We have great facilities here. We're sitting in our mixing theater where they finish their thesis capstone projects to audio standards that are expected in the industry. We've got a Foley booth. We've got editing suites and a color correction facility upstairs. We've got a fully tricked out soundstage with industry standard power distribution.
I think in today's society, we have certain sensitivities to, like, do I need to go to school to learn that skill? I could surf online, I could take a bunch of online courses, but what you're missing is the big component of finding out what you're good at in environments that test you, that allow you to realize your true potential. And that only can happen when you're working in a team environment.
You know, you can make a very small, tiny little project on your own, but sooner or later you need a crew and you need people to fulfill the many different roles that you will find on any given film set on any given day of the week. You need that network of people. You've got your built-in crew of collaborators. You've got another program down the hall. They're actors. You know, when students walk in the door, we say, your first network is the person sitting beside you.
There are jobs being created right now that we don't even know about, which is exciting. We are producing more content by the day, and it's hard to quantify, but from radio stations to podcasts to television programming, streaming is huge. And we have students today working in positions on equipment that we didn't even know about 5 years ago.
So there's a lot of work out there. We're kind of in a golden age of opportunity.
If you have a passion for storytelling, all of that creative excitement, energy, and excellence is already inside you. We just need to give you an opportunity and a place and an environment for you to realize that.
Welcome back to our final round of the competition in teams and pairs. Today, in this afternoon on court number 1, we are going to have what we call a teams competition, British Columbia versus Newfoundland and Labrador. The referee, we're just waiting for the warm-up to be given. Donc, bon après-midi, bienvenue au championnat canadien de boccia, ici au RA Center. Nous allons commencer bientôt une partie en équipe. L'équipe de Colombie-Britannique contre Terre-Neuve et Labrador. Dans l'équipe, nous avons les athlètes de la catégorie BC1 et BC2 jumelés. Il doit avoir un minimum de au moins un BC1 par équipe sur le terrain. Donc, on attend ici, plusieurs équipes sont encore en train de se préparer. Au niveau de, si vous regardez les autres terrains, il y a des préparations qu'on fait d'habitude dans la salle d'appel, mais à cause du grand nombre d'athlètes ici, on a décidé de faire l'essai préliminaire de la salle d'appel sur les terrains respectueux. So we're getting ready for the warm-ups to begin. So the 2-minute warm-up period has begun for British Columbia. So one team at a time will go through warm-up. The athletes here have each 2 balls to play. For a total of 6 per team. Now it will be Newfoundland and Labrador's turn at the referee's indication to start the 2-minute warm-up for them. So number 203 for Newfoundland Labrador, Kristen Collins. We have, I can't see his number here, but trying to find the names for you. but their number. There you go. The numbers are on the screen. Thank you. Now I see it. Okay, so Hanif will for Joseph Philpott. Don't have the first names there, and we have 108. Sorry, that's a BC. So the number, just explaining the numbers a bit. If there's a 2 in front, there will be BC2. If there's a 1, there will be BC1. So you know that we have 2 BC2s and 1 BC1 here on and with both teams, but it's not uncommon to have 2 BC1s, but they cannot have more than 2 BC2s. So the first to be playing in the first 10 will be Nathan Braggs from British Columbia, number 206. When the game begins, he will be the first player to put the jack ball in play for BC. And after that, it will be Newfoundland's turn. And then they keep playing until they beat the score or the ball that's been thrown out. So here we go. The referee is waiting for the signal from the head referee to start this game. So we have begun this match in the team's event, and the jack ball is out and the first ball. So that's a very far from the jack, and means it exposes the jack to Newfoundland and Labrador. So Kristen will be the one to throw out her first ball. As a reminder, each athlete only have 2 balls each. Great shot from Kristen. Yes, very, very happy about that one. Kristen est très, très contente avec ce lancer, direct sur le cochonnet. Ça va être vraiment difficile pour la Colombie-Britannique de bouger cette balle. Nous avons le numéro 103, c'est un BC1, Kristen Alpin. Donc ici, vous voyez que BC ont 2 BC1 sur le terrain. Et Hanif Maoudji qui est le numéro 102. C'est sûr que ça les met un peu au désavantage parce que les BC1 ont tendance d'avoir plus affectés par l'appareil cérébral et donc sont un peu... c'est plus difficile pour eux. Donc, troisième lancé, mais la deuxième dans cette ronde-là, c'est 2 balles déjà lancées, très loin de la cible. Là, ça va être au tour à Hanif Maoudji de tenter de se rapprocher du cochonnet de la balle bleue. So Hanif will now try to get in close. Hanif has if he sees the jack and he has an open target, he's very good at getting to that target. So we'll wish him the best. Tel Capridi, very good shot from Hanif. That's very changed the situation here quite a bit, because I'm telling you, if Hanif did not put a ball there, it would have been costly to BC. So Hanif come and save the day. So Hanif will be throwing his second ball, and they're hoping he'll be able to repeat that, repeat the previous shot. It's a little bit wide. So BC has one ball left. Donc, les coéquipiers peuvent s'entraider, surtout pour le positionnement de la chaise. C'est un travail d'équipe, donc on a le droit de discuter avec un et l'autre au sujet de tout ce qui passe. Okay, so that was all the balls for BC. Now to Newfoundland and Labrador. Again, if they could remove that one ball, that's it's not scoring, but it's definitely in a position of stopping them from making more points. We might attempt a displacement of that red. And Kristen is lined up, so she would be expired her 2 balls. It would be her last shot of this end. She is able to move. So she missed the target. It's not easy to hit. Again, nothing has been changed. We still have the red ball and the blue very close to the jack. So that was a gallant effort from Joe. He is a player that uses his foot to project the ball onto the floor. So that will be his second ball. So that ball went out and missed the mark. Donc, on a décidé de concéder les 2 dernières balles parce qu'il y avait trop de danger à enlever son point, étant donné que l'arbitre a confirmé que Bleu avait le point. Donc, on va garder le point. So, you see here that Newfoundland has decided to concede the ball and the next 2 balls in order to maintain this lead of a 1-0 against BC. So as we saw the importance of getting in close to the jack, Hanif Mauji saves the day for BC here.
Seconds.
So the coaches have, when they give the 15-second mark, they have to be off the court completely at the end. So there's no time to be wasted here. I want to make sure that this game flows nicely. And this tournament has been going so well. Everything has been on time. So congratulations to the people who have been running this event this weekend. Kristen calling from Newfoundland has put in the jack ball. Donc le cochon a été lancé. Maintenant, va suivre avec sa première balle. Première balle très importante ici pour eux. Il faut rester calme, c'est important, la respiration. C'est une chose qu'on travaille beaucoup avec les athlètes. So, that ball is going to block a little bit her teammate Joe. And Hanif can see the jack. And if Hanif can see the jack, he usually sticks it to the jack. So that's his area of expertise. I don't want to talk too soon, but we'll see who their captain decides should throw out the first ball. And looks like Chris Alpin is decided to take the shot. I personally would go with Hanif if Hanif can see the jack. Because any other balls that block him, it can, like the next shot, you want to be thinking about the following shots. But Chris does a good job in putting that ball close to the jack. Now it's Newfoundland that has to go again. So looks like Joe has volunteered and said, I can do this. At some point he might, again, from our vantage point, I can't see, but he can see the jack because it's in front of him. And the blue is not totally in line with the jack. Good job. Nice shot here. Back to BC for the next shot. He asked if Hanif can see the jack. It looks like he said no. So Nathan Nice one. So that was a very, very good shot from across the court there. BC regains the jack. Now it's Newfoundland to take over. So Joe will go. Taking a moment to regroup. And misses it by not very much. So his he has expired both his balls. So we have Kristen, who has one remaining, and okay, good one. He's in the area. He's close enough. He got a little piece of that block in front here. So it looks like I'm not sure if Kristen is blocked. I don't know what she can see, but she has one ball remaining. So again, if they want to tie up this game, they need a point here. Actually, they want to continue and keep their lead. Can't tell my colors apart. So. Very important shot. No, she can make it. She has to stay calm and dealing with beautiful shot. Yes, very happy about that. Celebrating a very well executed shot. So BC will go out and see, because Hanif has 2 balls left. Nathan, I think, has 1. Chris Alpin, 2 and 1. That's one ball's missing. Maybe Chris has 1 too, I'm not sure. Donc Hanif se prépare pour son lancer, un lancer très important. Il va y aller avec en force. Il hésite. Quand il faut qu'il aille en force, là, c'est pas évident de libérer la balle au bon instant. Well, the line was good. He didn't hit any of the blocks, so that's good. Probably didn't change much in the situation, but so now BC will go again. Again, from that end of the court, it's got to give a powerful push. Good. May have changed quite a bit of stuff for BC there, that shot. It's going to ask the score. Oh, you see? It changed the...
1 minute.
So 1 minute, so we're going to go see. But to realize that his teammate needs the time to shoot because Chris has a ball and Hanif has a ball. So I don't know, coming out and see if it was a good idea. So 37 seconds. Chris is dropping. So it looks like they're dropping. That means they're conceding the balls. And that way we'll take the point. Okay, so that last shot from BC really made a difference in the situation here by moving around and making the jack move back a bit, and his ball followed perfectly. So then we need to measure for an official report on this score. So 1 point for red. So we have a tie game going into third end. So very, very close here. Both teams are playing a very tight game, very precise. Donc, un après deux manches. On s'en va dans la troisième manche.
Seconds.
OK, on va commencer la troisième manche. Chris Alpin qui va mettre le cochonnet en jeu. So it will be Chris Alpin's turn to put the jack ball in play. Okay, so the jack is in play. It has crossed the front line. And now it is Chris' turn to put his first ball in play. And good first ball here, good first ball, a little bit on the side. Open to Newfoundland and Labrador now. Will be attempting to take away. So Kristen will go first. Not sure Kristen, I think, you know, Kristen should keep some of the balls that she have right now. Sometimes you decide to throw, but I'd have Joseph throw because then Newfoundland also has 2 BC1 and 1 BC2. Okay, so she moved it over. She moved it out. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so Joe will go. Needs to just give it a little placement. And oof, just missed a little bit of power in that one. Coming from across the court. Maybe afraid a bit of overextending that shot, and but there was no danger there. Trying to keep it in front. But, his balls tend to be, the bocce ball he uses tend to be a little bit on the soft side. So maybe that's why. And then they have to, within their 6 choices of balls, they have to choose 2. So sometimes they will decide, okay, I'll take a medium density one and a soft one, depending on what role they're playing. So that one's a little bit harder. You can see it rolled nice, but is it enough? It looks like it might have been enough. I'll see what the referee says. And yes. So red to play. So that's BC. Will come to the front. But still anybody's jack because it's still open. Donc, le cochonnet, n'importe qui ici, le cochonnet est ouvert. Il est ouvert à leur joueur de sand. Il est ouvert à Chris, à Nathan, à Hanif. Donc, je pense qu'il va demander à Hanif d'y aller. Il va placer sa chaise. Oh non, Chris helping, man. Oh, good job, Chris. Poussé. Moi, je regardais Hanif se préparer. Là, je pensais que c'était lui. L'autre, après ça, Chris est venu nous faire une petite surprise avec son petit coup de poignet. Ting! Met la balle sur le cochonnet. De BC à Newfoundland qui va lancer sa balle avec un petit peu de difficulté avec la trajectoire. So Newfoundland player here has a little bit of trouble releasing the ball there. So Kristen will throw out her second ball, or she's thinking about it. One minute with 2 balls left to throw. The other player should be thinking about stay lined up. Oh, nice try there, Kristen. Nice try. So as you see there, the Newfoundland balls are scattered everywhere. We had a failed attempt to make it to the target, having trouble aiming. Now, I mean, obviously, this is what we want, is a ball on that jack. And, oof, so close. So close. Donc, on a bien essayé le tout. On a tenté le tout pour se rendre au cochonnet. Donc, dans cette situation ici, en ce moment, c'est comme s'il y aurait 2 pour rouge. Mais comme je vous dis, ça dépend de la balle du côté et sa proximité, quelle qui est la plus proche. Il faut demander à l'arbitre quelle est la plus proche, ou quand tu vas voir, tu essaies de voir laquelle qui est la plus proche et tu mets des balles à l'intérieur de cette distance. Donc, demandé à Anif s'il pouvait voir, puis il a dit oui. Il a demandé de reculer. Parce qu'Anif, il veut aller jouer plus loin dans sa boîte, puis il fait bien. Félicitations pour reculer autant que possible. Les joueurs n'ont pas besoin de rester dans leur boîte. So the players that are from Newfoundland, they don't have to actually stay in their box. They can back up some more. They should make sure that they're not hindering their opponent's communication. Okay, donc, on lui demande de reculer. Comme Kristen, vous voyez, elle n'est même pas dans sa boîte. Elle recule aussi loin que possible. Puis, c'est bon, ça fait une place pour réfléchir, se calmer entre les lancers. Donc, apprendre de lâcher prise, apprendre à rester calme, concentrer, respirer. C'est un jeu de précision, donc on n'est pas énervé, il faut être calme. Comme les golfeurs, on est précis, on respire, on sort notre air. Anif, c'était difficile cette distance. Je sais pas ce qui là, on va voir qu'est-ce qu'il va faire ici. Donc, on y va en placement. C'est bien. I think Anif is the only one that has a ball left. Or maybe Chris? I don't think so. Maybe Chris does, because it's hard to tell with the BC ones if their balls are not in front of them. They're usually with the sport assistant in the back, so I can see, or they're in the back of their chairs. But I know that they have one ball left, and I'm guesstimating that it's Hanif's.
1 minute.
Hanif hates conceding a shot. So the captain's telling him, it's okay, you don't need to throw your ball. Anif, il voulait absolument lancer sa balle, mais il faut qu'il comprenne que c'est pas nécessaire et trop dangereux. À ce point-ci, s'il avait poussé la balle bleue sur le côté, qui était un grand potentiel, il venait changer tout, la note. Donc, des fois, il faut penser à la conséquence de lancer notre balle à tout prix. Il y a trop de trafic en avant. Pousser la balle bleue vers le cochonnet, ça changeait tous les pointages. On faisait peut-être 0 point. Puis le point aurait été à Terre-Neuve. Donc, le capitaine ici a fait une bonne décision d'empêcher Hanif de lancer sa dernière balle. So good decision here by BC not to have the last player throw out his last ball. because the risk was too high. And they come out here with scoring, looks like 4. It's confirming that right now. So 4 red. So BC advanced to 5-1 against Newfoundland. Great end. Way to go to maximize their opportunities here and take advantage of every opportunity that is offered to them. We are going to have a 2-minute, is it 2 minutes before? 1 minute buffer, 1 minute between the ends. And we are getting ready for the 4th end. Last chance for Newfoundland to turn this around. Donc c'est la dernière manche ici en jeu d'équipe.
15 seconds.
Six ends. Oh, I've been playing individual so long, and then pairs this morning. It's not the last end. There's 2 more, obviously. I've been saying 4 ends for the last 3 days. So, okay. This is the second time I see this today. This is the situation with the jack ball. The jack ball has to cross that front line. Donc le cochonnet doit absolument traverser la ligne de devant, la ligne de V. Sinon, le cochonnet va à l'autre équipe. Donc l'autre équipe, qui serait le prochain à jouer, va jouer 2 fois le cochonnet. Donc on perd le cochonnet. Donc maintenant, BC is going to take the jack, and then Hanif will get the jack for BC in the next end. That's the only ball that happens to be within the limits of the court to play. Otherwise, people can drop them right in front of their wheels. So that's the reason behind that. So Hanif has thrown out the jack and put it in play. Often this happens when the athlete either doesn't have a good grip on the ball or is trying to play close, and then there's close and then there's too close. So they have to really, really be careful. And I've seen it many, many times. And it's just one of those, it's part of the game. Now, first ball. Hanif tends to be very good at the first ball. And, ooh, he's a little bit disappointed. A little bit too much pounding on the floor. He likes to go a little bit higher with his shot. But, so this is a chance for Newfoundland to get to the jack now. So big job, big responsibility here for Kristen. And let's see how she's able to withstand the pressure. There you go, she takes a moment. Lots of pressure on this one shot. She knows that the importance of putting that that ball on the jack. And there it is. She needed that. Very good. Donc ça fait du bien pour l'équipe de Terre-Neuve d'avoir une belle première balle comme ça. Ben, c'est une deuxième balle, mais c'est la première pour eux autres. Okay, so back on the offense with BC here. So decided to go with Nathan. He missed it. He wanted to back up the jack. He wanted to move the jack back a bit. but he missed the target. Gonna go again. That means he'll have no more balls left. I think, not sure. Better idea is to send Chris Halpin to take the next shot for sure. Okay, this we need to concentrate here. Make sure we keep some of those red balls. There's only 3 left. So, Nathan's gonna go. Hanif, okay, decides to go with Hanif. You gotta spread around the players who have a ball, for sure. So Hanif has to remember to throw higher. Nice one, Hanif, again, making a difference to have one of the opponent, your balls around the jack, because if we leave that open, it's a field day. We do have a 4-point lead. So even if they ended up conceded like or not scoring on this one, they just want to make sure that Newfoundland can't score more than 4. So Chris has a ball left. So they've been, you know, we have ends like this where all the balls are behind. So this is the last ball for BC, and there's talking to Chris and telling him you got to put one in front. You got to put one in front, because this is an opportunity to block, because there's 5 blue balls left to be thrown. And Chris misses it. So thankful for Hanif's ball that is in the vicinity. So if Kristen manages to move the red out, that's the goal here. She wants to get that red out of the way and then have Joe being able to see and then put one in there. He's got 2. So big pressure on the captain's back here right now. Kristen has to, it's a crucial shot. It can be the game changer here for them. Donc ça pourrait changer tout. Si Kristen peut faire bouger la balle rouge. Faut pas hésiter, faut juste y aller, prendre la décision et exécuter. Bon, mais c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. Elle a fait de la place, mais il est bloqué. Joe est bloqué. 2 points. Grosse décision ici. Je ne sais pas si le joueur au centre est capable de mettre une petite balle là encore pour éviter de toucher les rouges. Même si elle est en placement à droite. So we can put one on the right there to stay away from the reds. Oh, just a little hard, but it's a good idea. At least stay in that area, no damage. Okay, so she tells him, same side, not as hard. I think I just said that. So that's what we wanted to avoid. Not saying that it changes a lot, but definitely that was the ball we wanted to avoid. And we'll see what Joe can see, but he might be able to draw one to the right, put one on the right. I mean on the left of towards Kristen. Put one there, and then use it to come into the jack. So he has 2 shots. He can set it up, placing one. Now he's blocked himself.
1 minute.
Okay, all the balls have been thrown. The referee will ask the captains to come up and verify the measurement to confirm the points. There's 1, maybe 2. Okay. In order to evaluate the second point, we'll have to measure between the red and the jack. Be good for Newfoundland if they scored 2 here. Would really be helpful in their quest to the victory. Well, I think I heard 2 blues. But BC asking for a second measurement. There you go. Okay, so even though they made contact with that red, they were lucky enough that it didn't change too much, and that they come out with 2 points here on this end. 2 blue. So it brings this game to a 5-3. And we are going into the 5th end. And Hanif Mauji will have the jack again. So it is BC's turn to have the jack, and they will be doing that in about a minute. And jack is in play. Now Hanif with this first ball. Nice first ball for Hanif. Kristen will go. Gonna try to create some space there, expose the jack to her teammate. Don't need to hit too hard, just enough to open up, move even if, you know, could just create a little bit of space. Le but, c'est pas de tout défoncer, mais de bouger un peu, assez pour pouvoir exposer le cochonnet à son coéquipier. Donc, elle y va vraiment doucement. Elle fait bien ça. Mais ils ont besoin des points ici, donc on va espérer qu'un point à la fois. So they're going to ask Chris to throw the ball. Play his ball first. Nice. Oh, a little piece of that. Gonna go again. He wants him closer to the blue. Missed the mark. In team play, we have sport assistants that will help in the athletes in the BC1 category, so only one per team, even though there might be two BC1s on the court, they will only use the one. So Hanif is going to go, and Hanif will be able to put that ball maybe between the blue and the red and move over the blue for him to stick his in the middle there. For 2 points. We'll see. Nice one. Little push. Hanif is in the area, so it's still red, but it was a very good shot. So again, this is going to really stop Newfoundland to be able to score a lot of points here, even if they end up with a point ahead, having a lot of balls within the jack, they can't score a lot of points. They can score 1 or 2. And now with Nathan's got 2 balls left. Maybe he's going to go hard or in placement. Go, pushing his. She says blue to go again, so that wasn't enough.
One minute.
Okay. I don't know if I need to have any more balls. The importance of counting. He's the only one with a ball left there, Nathan. Hopefully he doesn't run out of time.
30 seconds.
And they put the sport assistant in a difficult position because he's not supposed to talk or give any signs. So he had to indicate, but the Newfoundland is not paying attention because they could get a penalty for this communication between the player and the sport assistant. Because if he hadn't signed the fact that he had the ball, didn't have any more balls, they would have been waiting and waiting, and time could have expired. So the referee's got to be watching that. I know it's innocent as it can be, and it's not for ill intent, but there's absolutely zero communication that can happen between the sport assistant and the athlete. So here we go. Newfoundland has 5 balls. See what they can do. They're definitely gonna have to move some stuff around. They have to create space for themselves, sacrifice a shot or two. Need to open it up for Joe, who has 2 left. So basically, if Kristen can open it up for Joe enough to get a couple of points in, that's the goal. Very, very good shot. Oh my God, that was the shot to make. So now Joe's got to go. He got to calm down. He's excited to seize the opening. And we don't count our points until they're actually there. No. Joe has to go. What are they waiting for? Oh, he's getting ready. Okay. Joe reminds me of an athlete I worked with in the past. Okay, so we need to take our time. 1:45, right in there. Okay, we really like it when they're successful in their shots, and that's a very, very good shot. I mean, no matter who took it, Newfoundland or BC, both, anyone that made that kind of shot, we would be happy for them. That's very, very nice. So c'est très beau lancer de Joe, vraiment, félicitations. Il vient de revenir d'une compétition internationale où il a fini, je crois, 4e. À confirmer, mais c'est un nouveau joueur qui a beaucoup de potentiel. So we would need these 2 points will give him a tie, and another point will get them to take the lead. Got 30 seconds. Nice. Yes. Nice. Very good. No marsh. Well, that's it. So they can see the 2 balls that are left and take the 3 for a lead. Anything can happen here. We got one more end to play. So Newfoundland takes the lead here with this beautiful 3 points. I'm going to confirm them now. Obviously, you got to go out and measure. But it's quite... I don't think there's any argument in the 3 points. Good shooting for Kristen. Good job with Joe. They They really worked well together and set it up for him perfectly. Sometimes one end nothing works, and then the other end everything works. So we never give up, never give up. So 3 points here. A minute on the clock for the 2 minutes on the clock for the no, a minute. You're confusing me playing with this. Okay, so we have an interesting game here. Last in with Newfoundland and Labrador with the Jack. Very close game, very well played by both teams. Joe will be putting that in play. And following it up with his first ball. A little bit to the right, left. So BC will, they're asking Chris or Hanif to go. Looks like Chris might be the one that decide to go with. It's an open jack, often an easier task for BC1s when there's not too much traffic in front. And it's off. Nice. Nice, just a little long, but it's good. It's good. I don't know. I think we should try their middle BC1 player to try it out. Steven's taking the shot here. Look at that, nice little roll. Yeah, be careful that Steven doesn't block any of the other shots from Kristen. I think that Kristen should go for one here. Oh, maybe Joseph will set it up. I don't know. Let's think here. We gotta calm down, think, make sure. We want to make BC work for this one. This is way too open right now. So I'm telling you, the difference between this game, them winning, will definitely rest on getting the first to the jack. Newfoundland wants to do that before BC has a chance. There it is. Close, very, very close. Good one. Good one. Okay, so Nathan has 2, Chris Alpin has 1, and Hanif has 2 balls to play. So Nathan, if he can get a piece of the jack and push it back and get his to stick, that'll be also a very, very good shot. Let's see if he can do it. I think he's open. He should take his time. He tends to play fast. Let's see what he does. And a little bit to the left. Gotta belly breathe here. I'm gonna get some belly breathing going on, because this is a shot he can make. Donc un lancer qu'il peut faire, qu'il a déjà fait. Looks like Chris is lining up his chair to take this shot. If he gets through the opening, they have a possibility. We pushed in the blue. We're going to ask Hanif to go if he sees the opening. He does. He should be able to see it. I'm going to show Hanif. Hanif can come out and get some instructions from his captain this way. Donc, les capitaines ont le droit de sortir avec un des joueurs, surtout évidemment le joueur qui s'apprête à prendre le prochain lancer. On peut sortir avec et lui montrer exactement qu'est-ce qu'on veut, parce que vous voyez souvent c'est un problème de communication ici, ils ne sont pas tous verbales. Il y en a qui sont verbales, il y en a qui ne le sont pas. Donc pour s'assurer qu'on a bien compris, c'est une stratégie qu'on utilise puis qui est permise. Ça a l'air comme tous les matchs sont terminés. Oh my God, Hanif, très belle balle si elle avait pu rentrer dans cet espace. Mais il y en a un deuxième, peut-être qu'on va lui demander de pousser. Mais ici, ça prend 1 point pour égaliser et 2 pour gagner. Il reste 1 minute. Puis en ce moment, si la tendance se maintient, ça serait le point pour Terre-Neuve. Nathan va tenter le tout pour le tout. Il manque la cible. Encore à rouge. Donc, beaucoup repose sur les épaules ici à Hanif pour faire 1 point pour son équipe pour égaliser avec 30 secondes. faut qu'il rentre dans un petit espace. Il vient d'échapper sa balle. Il reste 19 secondes. Il s'empresse. Et c'est pas assez. Tous les balles sont lancées. Bleu veut dire pas toutes les bleus doivent lancer les balles. Et là, on veut savoir le pointage. Pointage. Et on pas besoin de même demander le pointage. Terre-Neuve vient de gagner contre BC. Donc, une 5e manche qui les a permis de vraiment avancer dans cette partie. On a fait des points, 3 points très importants. So, looks like it's a win for Newfoundland. Very well played game. The athlete said very good shot. So, we'll have a confirmation here after the measurement. By how much? Faut retourner dans nos boîtes. Kristen has to go back to her box. Donc c'est le fun parce que toutes les deux équipes avaient 2 bleus, 2 blues for the final score. 8-5 for Newfoundland. Congratulations to the winning team. With this marks the last game of the round. We still have a BC3 match going on. And we will be preparing for the marital ceremonies shortly.
Good job, Kristen. Thanks. Tough match. It was, yeah, it was tough.
be receiving medals. Could you please make sure you remove your accreditations? And we're going to line up on the right here, on my right, your left. Like yesterday, it went really smooth. So we're going to be starting with the BC1 teams. 3 athletes and 1 sport assistant, and we're going to go with the BC3 pairs, 2 athletes and 2 ramp operators, and then we will finish with the BC4, 5 open mixed pairs. So, pour ceux qui viennent d'arriver, si vous allez recevoir une médaille, assurez-vous d'enlever votre accréditation sur votre cou, donnez-la à quelqu'un. Puis, on va commencer avec les équipes. BC1, BC2, ensuite les BC3 et pairs, et ensuite BC4, BC5. Testing. How close do I have to be to this mic? It's like it's not a lollipop, huh? I should act like it's one. I'm still trying to warm up, people. That's why my jacket's still on. I don't want to leave right away. I just want to stay warm.
Yeah, maybe. Did you say that somebody could do that? Yeah. Yeah, that probably works better. Yeah. Yeah, true. Perfect.
Ok, juste un petit rappel, si vous allez recevoir une médaille, on commence toujours par les médailles de bronze, ensuite argent, ensuite or. Donc, placez-vous en fonction. Aussi, enlevez votre accréditation et soyez prêts de ce côté. Vous allez venir en avant, puis on va essayer de se déplacer de ce côté pour terminer, quand on a terminé. OK, puis, so to reiterate, we're starting with the team event. Bronze medalists, silver, gold. We're going to set it up from there and take any accreditations off. Then we'll be, so while all that happening, the beautiful people from the BC3 pairs will be getting ready in that bronze, silver, gold. Come down here, and then it will be the BC4 and 5 and open. Thank you. Oh my God, are you guys tired? It got really quiet all of a sudden. We'll begin when everybody is here.
J'ai juste appuyé que tu demandais. Is Ontario somewhere?
And just another little housekeeping thing. When you come up with your team, and I know there's a lot of people and you have the chairs, if you're a bronze medalist, make sure you line up as far left as possible here to let everybody have room for their group. Without further ado, we will begin. Welcome everyone to the medal ceremony for the teams and pairs competition. I want to congratulate all the athletes on a great tournament. Bienvenue à tous et toutes à la cérémonie de remise des médailles des épreuves de double et par équipe. Je tiens à féliciter tous et toutes les athlètes pour un excellent tournoi. Pour présenter les médailles à la catégorie de BC1, BC2, j'aimerais inviter Alana Aird, la présidente de ACPSA, à venir présenter les médailles pour la compétition par équipe BC1, BC2. I would like to ask Alana Aird, president of CCPSA, to present the medals for the team competition BC1 and BC2. Okay, so here we go. Bronze medal goes to Newfoundland and Labrador. Donc la médaille de bronze à Newfoundland et Labrador. J'ai témoigné un match très chaud. Les athlètes Joe Philpott, Stephen Westcott, Kristen Collins et l'assistant sportif Paul Philpott. Congratulations to the bronze medalists. And now to come and get your silver medal, Ontario. Lance Kreideman, Jim Davies, Dominic Gomez, a sport assistant Ed Richardson. Et maintenant, pour les médailles d'or, le Québec avec Doria Bellal, Danick Allard, Olivier Roy et Stanley Bellal. Gold medal goes to Quebec. Good? Félicitations aux athlètes. Thanks, Alana. If you can go to the left. C'est pas grave, là, mais on va essayer d'aller vers la gauche pour faire de la place. Merci. L'autre gauche, mais c'est pas grave. Ma gauche. Keep it flowing, keep it flowing. Okay, now I would like to invite Megan Muscat, the board member, CCPSA, to come and present the medals to the finalists on the BC3 pairs category. Veuillez maintenant accueillir Megan, membre du conseil d'administration de la CSPC, pour remettre les médailles aux finalistes de la catégorie double BC3. Bon, here we go. The bronze medal, la médaille de bronze, Nouveau-Brunswick. Venez chercher votre médaille. Teresa McLeod, Simon Richard, Jennifer Goulet, and Terry Goulet were from Ontario, contributed to the team. And now the recipient of the silver medal will be Quebec with Alexandre Lemaire, Francis Lemaire, Alexandre Raymond, and Isabelle Bletette. And the gold medal now, et la médaille d'or maintenant va à l'équipe de l'Ontario. So the gold medal to the Ontario team, athlete Joshua Gauthier, ramp operator Joyce Gauthier, Bryce Desrochers, and Rolly Desrochers. Félicitations and congratulations to the athletes. Thank you, Megan, for the presentation. Good job. And now we are going to ask Mario Delille, High Performance Director, Boccia Canada, to present the last set of medals to the BC 4, 5 and Open Pair Division. J'aimerais maintenant demander au directeur de la haute performance de Boccia Canada, Mario Delille, de présenter la dernière série de médailles à la catégorie double BC4, BC5 et ouverte. So for the bronze medals, les récipients de la médaille de bronze, nous avons l'Ontario, Ontario with Martha Gustafson and Joseph Redmore. And now the silver medal recipient from British Columbia, Mildred Thomas and Kylie Waters. And the gold medal recipients et les gagnants de la médaille d'or, le Québec avec l'équipe de Marco Di Spalto, Marc-Antoine Goupil. Good job. Joe wants an individual shot. Handsome like he is. Now let's see how easy to disperse. So congratulations to all the athletes who participated in the 2025 Canadian Boccia Championship. It was great to see you perform and play this great game. To conclude this competition, I would like to thank everyone for their hard work and support throughout the competition. Hope you all had a fun and enjoyable time. Félicitations encore une fois à tous et toutes les athlètes qui ont participé au championnat canadien de boccia. C'est formidable de vous voir performer à nouveau sur les terrains pour jouer à ce sport formidable. Pour conclure cette compétition, je voudrais remercier toutes les personnes impliquées pour leur travail acharné et leur soutien tout au long de la compétition. J'espère que vous avez passé un moment agréable. For those attending the closing banquet, we invite you to join us at 6:30 p.m. at the Ottawa Convention and Event Center. We look forward to seeing you there. Pour les participants du banquet de clôture, nous vous invitons à vous joindre à 18h30 dans le centre de conférence pour événements d'Ottawa. Nous avons hâte de vous voir en grand nombre. Merci beaucoup pour ceux qui ont écouté le webcast. C'est encourageant les commentaires positifs que vous m'avez donnés. Et aussi, this was very smooth. It's not my first one, but the way we did that was very good. You guys, perfect job. You listen well. Donc, allez-vous-en, soyez prudents sur la route. On se voit ce soir au banquet. See you later. We're going to turn up the heat in the convention center.
Non, par en haut.